Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of this, our international workshop on risk assessment of exposure to combined multiple chemicals. Today's session will follow the same format as yesterday, so we will have presentations from each of the rapporteurs on the breakout group, which was looking at exposure-driven and risk-based criteria for prioritisation. Please do use the Q&A platform for your comments and for any questions that you have on the presentations. So without further ado, I would like to ask Breakout Group 1, Rapporteur Emanuela, to present the findings of Group 1. Thank you, Emanuela.
Thanks to you, Heather, and let me start by thanking again our participants, and particularly our chair, who kindly revised also the presentation that I will use today to wrap up our discussion yesterday. And the first question we have to answer to was related to this scheme that summarizes all the workflow to go for prioritization based on hazard metrics or on exposure-driven approach. We can summarize it in a very with a very short sentence, saying that we didn't receive any major comments from the group and from the discussion on the structure of this workflow. Therefore, we are not proposing, as yesterday, any significant change in the figure, but we can offer you some consideration for improvement. First of all, one observation was that we should avoid the use of the word threshold. So the use of predefined cutoff values was proposed instead of predefined threshold. Let's see that there was a general agreement on the use of a cutoff value, and this was because we realized that the major objective is to identify potential public health problems coming from exposure to mixtures, and identifying the relevant contributors is very important because this drives the measure that should be taken to mitigate the risk. And so for this reason, a prioritization is needed. We had a long discussion about the value, the 10% cutoff value, but this is part of the answer to question 2, and we will come to it in a moment. Another observation was that the 2 entries in the pictures and the multiple occurrence of the term assessment group in figure 3 as well in this workflow could be confusing. And regarding the 2 flow charts, the one we discussed yesterday and the one that I presented yesterday and the one we discussed, are part of a unique iterative circular process, depending on the time and resource available. And it was asked to explain it clearly in the text because at the very beginning we thought that changing in the figure would make the picture too complicated, but you will see at the end a surprise that we got a new pictures as well. And the other point was that the scheme needed to be tried out, and this to see if it works and if also the 10% cut value is okay or not. Going to the second question, regarding the risk-based criteria, as I said, we agreed that we need a cutoff value, and it was considered that 10% could be a pragmatic, good, and reasonable starting point. And this was discussed by the majority of them. The basis for that is that the combined overall risk has been identified as usually driven for by few chemicals in a mixtures, and this comes from many different examples, including the Euromix dataset analysis, and many others. And it was also identified that by concrete example, the main risk drivers in the mixtures is usually not higher than 25-30% in the real world mixtures. And this comes from example that many of the panelists have available on indoor air, waste sites, water quality, environmental contaminants, and even human biomonitoring data. For this risk-based criteria, we also discussed that the situation may be different for artificial mixtures created in the lab when compared to the real-world situation. And the only real example that we could identify for having a 10% not enough protection was for the multiple drug treatment. This is because the doses are the same over time and are comparatively high. Indeed, they are designed to have an effect at the doses that are usually administered or taken by the patient compared with food and environmental chemicals, for which the exposure is variable and usually low. That is lower than the health-based guidance value. It was also noted by one of the participants, and it was agreed by the others, that if a compound out of a 10 chemical in a mixture is contributing for 10%, if you think that the same amount of the same compound is present in a mixtures of 100 components, the contribution is relatively less than 10%. So let's say that the conclusion was that 10% is okay, it's a good starting point, but whenever you have the basis for chemical specific data in light of the protection goal, you have to use them. Oh, sorry. For the exposure-driven criteria, actually, since the cutoff value is expressed differently because it's a probability of the chemical to co-occur, and therefore a concrete value was not discussed to be taken as a default because it is considered to depend on the protection goal. But we discussed that a level of absolute exposure may be derived from TTC consideration for chemical not belonging to one of the TTC exclusion categories. And so we realized that there is a strong need for screening estimates for exposure range made available in public databases. And this is part of our answer to question 3, in which the major data gaps was the absence at the moment of solid open access databases with real world data on exposure, including data on HBM. And this could give the possibility to explore these databases on exposure to allow an initial screening based on exposure ranges, giving the information about the possibility, plausibility of co-occurrence and at which level. This could be particularly useful for data poor compounds for which it is more challenging to get toxicity data. And we also discussed the fact that potential co-exposure obtained from such databases could trigger the request to an applicant to produce toxicity data. And this is valid in case of regulated products, but for those compounds as some contaminants or natural toxins, for example, for which there is no owner, then the public institution could take care of producing those data. And as I told you, we had a sort of surprise because this was not actually discussed during our breakout session, but was the contribution from one of the panelists that kindly tried to put together figure 3 and the prioritization one and to show the circular process that you can have, because once you have your provisional assessment group here, then you can decide to go for prioritization if it is needed, or if the number of chemicals that you have is acceptable, you can go directly to the final assessment group. There is something that should be changed here for harmonization. It should be exclusion list from prioritization or low priority chemicals. This can be discussed during our plenary, and I guess that I summarize everything, included this last surprise, on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. Absolutely perfectly to time. So we will now move to the second grouping, and Antonio will present on behalf of that group. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you very much, Heather, and good afternoon, everybody. Let me start also giving thanks and my gratitude to the participants for their contribution to this yesterday's discussion, and also to Susan for properly chairing the discussion and the group. If I may have the next slide, this is just the question that we already have seen earlier. So the main considerations made by the group is that the workflow for prioritization is really difficult. In spite of that, this workflow had to capture the complexity of picture. So the complexity of the workflow comes from the complexity of nature. But it was raised the question, why exposure approach is the last choice? And it is useful in case of absence of toxicology data. But we should keep in mind that this approach, the exposure approach, is only for prioritization of the chemicals. Another comment was what correlation is meant, because although there is a specific annex or appendix dealing with the statistical process, it is really difficult to capture this idea. So apparently, when in case several chemicals co-occur in a food or commodity or in a biological sample, that is the likelihood of co-occurrence or co-exposure. However, it should be highlighted that the definition of co-exposure can be a challenge. It was agreed that if there is no co-exposure, there is no reason for grouping these chemicals. And another member of the group raised the question, would the exposure help with the first step? So the first step was at the level of the chemical under consideration, which is defined from the terms of reference and passing the gatekeeper step. So at this level, sure that exposure has taken into account, at least from the regulator, which are responsible for defining the terms of reference. We don't have the same kind of information for all chemicals in potential mixture. Yes, this is another concern that it was also addressed in the formulation of the question that I reached that upward, but also the information on exposure is not always the same. Another question was, what is the gatekeeper step? So it was reformulated as, is there co-exposure? It's the same. And mainly the question is that the gatekeeper step was defined in the earlier guidelines from a couple of years ago. And maybe we should define in a better, or to clarify this concept. Because does the gatekeeper step need additional clarification for being properly understood? Well, it's not a simple consideration, so this is a relevant issue, the gatekeeper step. It does not represent the whole universe of chemicals, sure, nor the exposome, as these two broad concepts are not manageable in practice. So maybe in the future it will be possible to to consider all the chemicals or the exposome for prioritization or to enter into this workflow, but really this is not the case so far. And how they scheme the workflow perform in very complex situations. And we address the need for further in-depth experience that should be collected, which will be surely of help in the future. Indeed, the workflow has been worked well for pesticide, and there is an example in the appendix where it can be shown. When we start implementing the workflow for prioritization, we can move forward, but this means that we need additional experience. We need to gain further experience in order to see what should go in the near future. And another comment similar to the one raised by Manuela was the consideration regarding the potential use of the TTC approach. So for data poor chemical, maybe the Kramer classes could be used to guide exposure threshold. Indeed, this could be addressed by the next working group because it can provide relevant information. So can we go to the next slide? Is the second question. Please skip this because we already know the question. The challenge that apply threshold value. To what extent the 10% threshold is arbitrary? So it apparently is the result of harmonization across regulatory bodies, WHO, US EPA, and EFSA. But a kind of validation was made in the case of pesticide where the 10% threshold worked properly. And this is empirical evidence that this threshold is not necessarily so arbitrary. And it was based on a kind of sensitivity analysis. It was also highlighted that Y10 factor was also used as a mixture assessment factor, for instance. And do we need case studies or grid experience for validation and to see how this threshold works? So because it's not a default value, so there is flexibility. The guideline provides some flexibility in defining this or an alternative threshold factor. But it's important to define criteria for selecting the threshold value. And this means scientific criteria, or to refine those values already set. And TK and TD interaction should be considered at the time of applying the threshold. It was considered that this threshold values is a pragmatic approach, but there is not enough scientific basis yet. It is difficult to generalize at default threshold values, and it need to be implemented and considered on a case-by-case basis, depending on a number of questions like the source of chemical. It's important to know that the threshold is independent from the data-rich or data-poor chemicals, and the level of the threshold applies to different levels of protection. For instance, and this depends on the regulators, on the risk manager. In the case of pesticides, a 99.9% of percentile exposure was identified. And for data-poor chemical, there are much more uncertainty. In this case, accordingly, a more conservative approach should be used to define the threshold value, which still is valid. The next slide, please. And regarding the question of data gaps to apply to prioritization methods, it was acknowledged that we have experience gaps rather than data gaps. So we need more validation studies to fill these gaps. So this means empirical evidence and gain evidence, or experience, gain experience. More information on TK is needed, as several chemicals might occur in the body, and also to gain additional experience in regarding the probabilistic exposure assessment. This is because of the heterogeneous nature of the exposure in the population. We also consider that data from human biomonitoring studies, particularly from the large H2020 project that is about to finish, could be a good basis to consider in order to improve exposure assessment and also to improve grouping chemical base on exposure. it has also been commented that structured data for HBGB needs improvement. This is the case of the open food talks in EFSA, which is very nice and very well done database, but it still has to be improved. As if we have more databases, let's say structured databases, this will facilitate the implementation of the risk-based methods. So if more structured data were available, surely there will be no need for prioritization, and we could go directly to grouping. HBGB are mainly based on animal data, and the question was raised regarding would it be possible to derive HBGB values from NAMs? Not necessarily right now, but maybe in the short-term future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio. There are already, I think, some common themes coming out between the two presentations. The 10% threshold or cutoff value is clearly something that we need to think about, and also the possibility of databases, again, something we need to consider. So thank you very much for that. And I'd like to move to the third group, and Kiki, I believe, is going to present on behalf of the breakout group 3. Thank you, Kiki.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thanks to all the participants of the Group 3 for their contribution. Thanks to Angelo for chairing. In Group 3, we had a quite long and general discussion on the draft guidance document. The principle of the workflow was explained, and a number of challenges were discussed as well. In addition, I would like to point out that there was a general feeling about the complexity of the described workflow we had in this specific figure. So let's go to the first point. With respect to method 1, the first choice presented in the workflow, it was mentioned that it was not clear what are the advantages to decide on exclusion of chemicals when the risk assessment for the whole group has been already done. In addition, it seems to be a circular process. Of course, it is a circular process, but it was not clearly understood by the group, and I think at this point we need to be more explicit. For method 2, the method 2 is based on the individual compound risk level. Maybe it is more practical and possibly not necessarily as a second choice after method 1, meaning that method 2 was considered as being the preferable method by the group, and the method 1 is not needed. Method 2 was considered as more preferable. Hazard-driven criteria should have been considered before we start the flowchart, and this comment I think gives us an understanding that it is not clear how the first figure and the first topic discussed yesterday is linked to the second figure, to the figure we discussed today. So I think that we must have a better link between these two. Possibility for starting from exposure rather than from hazard should be allowed to have a priority in specific cases. The group considered that the exposure issue should have a priority as a choice in the whole scheme. So let's go to the next. No, doesn't work. Okay. So furthermore, the workflow is not clear. It was the comment from the group was that the workflow is not clear as for the contribution of exposure to the whole procedure. And then again, we had also some discussion about the 10% of total risk or 10% of the health-based guidance value. And it was highlighted here also that it depends on the regulatory framework, protection goals, and the number of substances present. And also, if we are going to have a prospective or a retrospective risk assessment, meaning a pre-marketing, a prospective for plant protection products, or a retrospective based on residue monitoring data, for example. And the question here was if we are going to apply this approach for prospective risk assessment, the feeling is that we are going to get an unrealistically high risk. So a careful pre-definition of the threshold value for the first method and the second method is needed. That was the conclusion. An example was also given of a different approach which is applied for feed additives. In feed additive evaluation, they reduce the number of compounds to be considered based on the concentration levels in a mixture. But it was also mentioned that it was not clear how the concentration threshold was set in the case of feed additives. Possibly, the concentration threshold depends on the exposure to the total mixture based on, for example, on consumption data. But the discussion about that was that there is no clear understanding on how this decision is taken, and maybe it should be considered also to be a part of the whole exercise we have on this draft guidance. Okay. So about the second question, again, the threshold value of 10% needs to be justified based on different exercises on actual data under different regulatory frameworks. For data poor compounds, several conservative assumptions are usually considered, ending up with the unrealistically high conservatism. So maybe the threshold should be evaluated based on the overall conservatism and maybe have a different value. The second footnote of the figure in the notes, figure 1, provides very important information and should be made more visible. That was the opinion of the group. In addition, the second sentence in the same footnote should be made more clear. It states that default value of 10% contribution to the combined risk and the single risk metrics are proposed when no detailed information is available. And this is a point that, in the opinion of the group, needs to be clarified. Yes, okay. So about the current data gaps and gaps to apply such prioritization methods, the comment was about the method for identifying the probability of combined exposure to chemicals should be developed and tested. Of course, there are examples in the draft guidance document, but maybe more explanations and more examples, to more case-specific examples are needed. The question, what are the consequences of using a threshold of 10% in method 1 and method 2 should be also presented in a more straightforward way, more clear, and with more examples in any available methods on the appendices, but maybe more information was considered necessary by the group. There is no clarity on how the TTC approach can be considered in the implementation of the mixture toxicity methods, maybe using the 10% threshold value, or anyhow, more information is needed. I think that's all from group 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Kiki. Again, I think we're having the same issues kind of rising up to the top, and we're talking about thresholds and cutoffs. But something that I think I picked up from your presentation is the general need for greater clarity and more explicit statements to define what we're talking about. And I think that's a very important point that we will come back to, I hope, in the discussions.
Yes,
so thank
you. That's was the general feeling from the group.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah,
I was in that group, and I would I would agree that was the
yes. Thank you.
general approach. Thank you. So that means we are now at group 4 for breakout 2, and it's my pleasure to ask Jan Dirk to present on behalf of group 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. As my predecessors, I would also like to thank our participants of the breakout group number 4 for contributing to the discussion, and I try to sum up the points for the reporting. So regarding the first question on the workflow, well, in principles of the workflow were explained to the members of the breakout group. However, the discussion did not focus on the workflow itself, nor it did not focus on the appendixes C, D, and E. However, a number of challenges were addressed during the discussion. So that the general feeling was that the presentation tool seems to work for pesticides. However, for contaminants, the members of the breakout group were less confident. It was pointed out, for instance, that contaminants, hazards, are seldom used or not based on AOPs. Typically, as an example, was forwarded PFAS, which is classified on immune response suppression. There was no information on the margin of the mode of action. Contaminants are generally grouped on chemical similarities, so there's a difference. Another example was forward the TCDD, which has a minor exposure but already adds up to 50% of the risk. So prioritization seems not logical for these ultra-toxins. These kind of toxins are always assessed based on their body burden. Concerning biomonitoring samples, like breast milk samples, predict indeed the mixture exposures of infants. However, breast milk samples will not always predict the body burden of the mother or any other subpopulation groups. It may be that the mother is exposed to more chemicals, and there's more chemicals in the mixtures in the model, and these chemicals will not be excreted to the breast milk, and therefore will not appear in the breast milk and can be used as a marker for the mixture exposure in the parent. Having said that, the answer's breast milk example was considered, and such methods were considered to seem to predict which chemicals are indeed imported in co-exposure, specifically for pollutants. And it was concluded that the method really contributes to the process of grouping. A general remark, but everybody knows that one biomonitoring should be used for chronic assessments and not for acute substances. Another remark was made on the data, which is not always available. Exposure data, that's a problem. You assess with what you have. For instance, the sample of furans was taken. You have only occurrence data of, let's say, 3 furans of furan types in a commodity like coffee, and the risk assessment is based on this commodity with this occurrence data. So that will hamper the classification in assessment groups. Another concern was raised when dealing with nutrients. So to speak, every molecule counts. There's a big difference, in my opinion, between nutrients and non-essential chemicals, as you just classified them now for now. If you look at risk assessment on non-essential chemicals, you look at parts of the population of the high exposure, while for nutrients you are concerned for parts of the populations which have a too low intake. To complicate things for nutrients, well, they often use the minimal or advised intake. But on the other hand, some of the nutrients, like the copper, are also considered toxic and will, when exceeding a certain exposure level, they are considered a problem. So, identifying some challenges. Well, as already mentioned by the other groups, well, there was talk about lowering thresholds may be applicable for chemicals with a bioaccumulating effects and which are persistent. And certainly in comparing this with toxic substances which generate only acute effects. A remark was made on the default threshold of 10% to include or exclude chemicals from assessment groups. It's not according to the definition set in 2019 during the Geneva meeting, which explicitly states that if the estimated dietary exposure for single chemical under evaluation is more than 10% of the relevant health-based guidance value or less than 90% of the margin of exposure, there's a need to include this chemical in the risk assessment of combined exposure. To answer that, the working group used this 10% as a practical threshold for chemicals with a low priority for exclusion. It does not automatically mean that this chemical could not be, based on its hazard, be part of the assessment group, but it's simply that the exposure pattern and the height of the exposure shows that it would be less relevant for higher cumulative exposures. And like the other groups also already mentioned, the threshold is to be used in combination with applicable exposure percentiles which are being used by risk managers. So in instance of the pesticide, the 99.9 percentile, whereas the contaminants often use the 95 percentile. What are the current data caps? In silico tools could be used, for instance, to predict migrations of chemicals from packaging materials, processing high numbers of chemicals, thus helping in the prioritization and reducing the number of chemicals which you need to select for instance, for prioritization with the thresholds. Also earlier mentioned, but maybe there's a pragmatic approach that we just select simply 50 chemicals for contaminants, additives, and contact material or other groups. Just group based on hazard, exposure, and toxicokinetics, and just see what happens. Also, a remark was made on the fact that, well, most of the process, and this will also apply for the grouping, is that it's an iterative process. We just gather information in group. Based on additional information, you adapt. For instance, the dioxin, a lot of dioxins are covered within the mixture. The TK showed that in 17 of these could be filtered out once we look at data in the humans. So for dioxins, risk is the result of the hazard, the external exposure, plus TK information. And another point was made. So for many years, the WHO collects breast milk samples and POPs are measured. Risk managers worldwide have to weigh these risk benefits. And panels of experts are used to determine the risk benefit for the individual POPs. So how are we going to deal with the mixtures of POPs in breast milk or food? How to compare risk benefits of a mixture of POPs? Certainly when we know that a lot of these POPs are still present after so many years. It was also suggested to use silicon models, which can help to address the multiple targets simultaneously, integrate the risk and benefits. And the last point of the discussion was made yesterday. Well, we should broaden our knowledge base. We are doing that, of course, but we should combine expert knowledge from university risk assessment institutes, as we know as the BFR, etc., EFSA, GRC, US EPA, etc. And all these experts really should join, and hopefully most of them do that already, but participate in projects such as Athletes, Euromix, Follow-up, Park, Atrium View, etc., which help to solve problems and to share methods and ways of attacking this problem. That is the last, but I had to contribute from breakout group 4.
Thank you very much, Jan-Dirk. I think that you have made a very important point about the different needs of the different EFSA panels, and clearly there is quite a difference. For example, as you pointed out, with contam needs compared to, for example, pesticides. So I think that is an important point, and it may be that slightly different processes are needed for the different panels. So thank you for raising that point. So if I could now ask all the rapporteurs to join me on the platform, we will now move to the plenary discussion. And as yesterday, please could I ask the audience to put your questions or your comments in the Q&A platform, which you'll find on the website. And we will try to go through as many questions as we can. So once again, Emanuela, I'm going to start with you. First question. So it is for you, but I think it can apply to everyone. It's in several cases, the 10% value cannot be verified because of very limited occurrence data. In that case, would you suggest that we look at selected widely items? Would you suggest to look at a selected widely used food items? So it's, how do we derive? I think the question I think is about how do we derive the 10% value?
I mean, we don't have actually to derive every time the 10% because it is considered a way to prioritize. It is not just to exclude, but it is to park the compounds somewhere else and not in the assessment group. And you don't have to recalculate every time at the data. What was quite clear from the discussion yesterday was that whenever people who had experience among the participants in the group, as I said during my presentation, by looking at contamination in indoor air or water quality or waste or even human biomonitoring data, including dioxins and PCBs, the drivers for the toxicity were very few, although the mixtures was made up of quite a high number of different contaminants or different chemicals anyway. And by looking at the real drivers, there were few and their contribution was usually higher than 25-30%, as I told you. So by using the 10% cutoff value to define the low priority chemical in mixtures on the basis of real world data seems to be reasonable. And unless you know exactly that the situation is different, there is no reason to recalculate every time.
Thank you. Yes. Would anyone else like to come in on just to comment on the 10% value again?
Well, let me add something that it is, let's say, preliminary factor. It should not be considered like a fixed factor for any assessment of chemical mixture. So if there is any kind of deviation of this suggested threshold or cutoff value, it's important to justify this deviation. But there is the guidelines provides flexibility to this end, so it's possible to deviate. But there is something needed at the very beginning of the process to start working with. And this is the default 10% value for sure. It is flexible and it's important to justify the deviation.
Yes, but we have to have some starting point, don't we, for the cutoff? So it's yeah, exactly. Kiki, and then Yander.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I think that on the WHO document, the 10% value is not used as an exclusion criteria. It's rather used as inclusion criteria, and this can be important in some cases. And in addition to what Antonio said, I would like to add that it's important in all cases to run the sensitivity analysis and check what does it mean, this 10% in the total risk with respect to the total risk. Either 10% or 1%, it has always to be checked what is the impact of this to the total risk. And examples of this exercise there are in the guidance document. I think there is an example on Appendix E, if I am correct, but I'm sure that Jan Dirk has more information on that. Thank you.
Yes, Yander, please.
Thank you, Kikini, for opening that. Yes, I would refer to that. This is a typical example we worked out for pesticides, and pesticides has a very clear guidance on how to calculate cumulative exposure. The cumulative exposure is not solely based on solely the critical the threshold value of 10%, but it also is important to realize that first of all we have the percentile for which we are assessing the exposure, and second of all it is also dependent on what kind of pesticides have been used over the years. So if these uses change, also the importance of this kind of pesticides change. It might be, for instance, that due to climatic changes, there may be used more fungicides, and they will appear more in the occurrence data, and they will shift. These kind of pesticides will be rising, and other kinds of pesticides will be less dominant. So it also is important to know what the occurrence of this kind of chemicals is. So it's not just solely about the threshold of 10%, it's how it works out in practice. And for pesticides, this is really quite simple because this data has been gathered, but this can be checked over the coming years.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. There is some data suggesting that with climate change, parts of southern Italy and the southern Mediterranean will experience more contamination with things like aflatoxin, for example, because of the change in the weather patterns and the conditions. Yeah. So sorry, Emanuela.
Just to clarify, I think that the 10% value as a cutoff has been proposed just for the hazard and risk methodology, what Kiki called M1 and M2, and not on the exposure part. Because I think that in that cases, I totally agree with Jan Dirk. For the exposure-driven criteria for prioritization, we didn't discuss the 10%. We clearly said it depends on the kind of compounds and the protection goal that you have, and therefore you can decide which is the percentage of the likelihoods of having co-occurrence that you want to use for the exposure part. So I think that the two things should be taken separately because they are not the same thing. So the 10% cannot be valid for all the different chemicals and all the different regulation fora for the exposure criteria, because the exposure criteria is something different from the 10%.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll move to the thank you for that, those comments. We'll move to the second question. This is addressed mainly to Antonio, and it's structured data for health-based guidance values would be ideal. I'm sure we all know that. But CONTAM panel mostly has to rely on data available in the literature, which are not structured in that sense. And basically, usually we have a very large number of data gaps. Do you have any comment on that, view on that?
In my view, this comment is absolutely right, because we have more structured data for regulated chemicals, not for contaminants. But maybe our claim was based on the initiative already started a few years ago by EFSA with EFSA Open Food Talks. That is similar initiative could be started by other international agencies, and all this initiative will be aligned in a harmonized way. We think that an integrated maybe structured database could be produced in this regard. For sure that in the case of contaminants, the important data gaps is a limitation. But even with the current and available evidence, maybe we can go further, not sit down waiting for further information. So the available, or even the little information available, could be structured, if possible, within these databases.
Yes, absolutely. Every piece of information is valuable, however small. Yeah, having information. Anyone else like to comment on that one? Okay, in that case, I'm going to move to TTC now. Many of the panels or the groups mentioned TTC, and the question is addressed to Kiki, and it says, the use of TTC for mixtures is a tricky one. For genotoxic impurities in pharmaceuticals, TTC is used individually for each chemical because they struggle with the problem. So I wonder if you want to kind of comment on that.
Of course, I agree that it's very tricky to apply TTC in mixture risk assessment, and I don't have any experience with pharmaceuticals, but I can imagine that it cannot be easy. That's all for that. I don't have any personal experience of applying TTC for mixtures.
Anyone any experience or further comment on the TTC? I mean, I think we all talked about it, but I think we're just saying that the TTC approach is challenging. Emanuela, and then Yander.
Yesterday we touched the problem of applying TTC, and it can be part of the circular process. And whenever you have an assessment group, you can even once you have to find that the co-exposure can be real, then you can try to further prioritize based on this hazard base criteria, saying that all the compounds for which you are in the applicability domain of the TTC, you can exclude those for which exposure has been proven to be below the TTC level. Because if you have to prioritize, I think that the contribution of those chemicals which are present in the mixtures at absolute level, which are below the TTC, will not contribute that much.
Yes, I mean, the TTC approach is really a pragmatic prioritization approach, isn't it? It's to allow you to not have to look at every single chemical and only to look at those that may have potentially an effect. Yeah. Jan-Dirk.
Well, I have no really experience on that, but what I remember from Corinne Sprong, which was involved in the Euromix project, that they did some calculations using the TTC, and that always turned out to be a problem if you're trying to do a mixture assessment. So if you have substance in there with using a TTC, they will pop up. So that is still a concern.
So that's an actual example, yes. Thank you.
I know that. I think there's an example in Euromix about that.
Good. That's something that we can check. Thank you. So the next question is for Jan-Dirk and or directed. The difference in relative potency is not an argument to exclude grouping of chemicals and a group evaluation, nor does the body burden argument for persistent compounds. Special considerations apply, but the basic principles should work here too. So I think you were the only group that mentioned body burden, and I think perhaps you could just add some comments there. So it's about the difference in relative potency and the grouping of chemicals.
I will give it a try, at least. I have some experience now with doing mixtures assessment for the PFAS. We have done a full-blown probabilistic calculation for the Dutch population. And this PFAS is a very different and difficult one. First of all, the effect was assessed in children. That was transposed with, I think, toxicokinetic modeling to the amount of PFAS allowed before reaching, let's say, a concentration in women of 35 years old. And that means that the effect is found in children. But it has been set on the amount which is allowed to end up in women of 35 years over a period of consuming products up to 35 years. So how do we express exposure adding up in calculations? What do we look if you are looking at compounds which have been chronically a chronic effect over a long life period, which are not persistent? They're quite different in profile. So I think that is a difficulty in interpretation, and there's certainly a difference in potency.
Okay. Did anyone else, the groups, mention body burden at all as a measure, a useful measure? And we use it a lot in Contam opinions, certainly. Okay. The next question is also addressed to Jan-Dirk. Why would anyone want to do a combined risk of all POPs, persistent organic chemicals? What is the basis? And monitoring is not an argument.
Some rumors. I think that it is a question to be expected from policymakers. So we eat a lot of fish. For example, it's known there are a lot of POPs in fish. And if we assess them on a single compound, we might get the same argument from people like, we are eating strawberries with a lot of pesticides on it. And that is the reason why, for instance, pesticide had to come up with a cumulative exposure assessment. So one of these days you can expect these kind of questions. And therefore, I think that would be something to keep in mind, that it will happen, that kind of question.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on that one? Okay, so I'll move to the next question. So chemicals can have different adverse effects at different doses, so multiple effects. However, if a risk threshold for prioritization is applied, and again for example 10%, That also implies that a limit can be applied to the adverse effects that need to be considered for each chemical. And they give an example. For example, perhaps effects with no observable adverse effect levels more than 10 times the NOEL for the critical effect need not be considered. So if something is more than 10 times the no AEL, then perhaps you don't need to look at that further. Comments, please. Jan-Dirk, please.
I think I understand what has been said. I think what it means that if your exposure needed to be 100 times to come up with, let's say, the specific effect, and not to reach the specific effect to be poisonous, compared to its critical effect, then the substance in itself would already be a problem. If I'm correct.
Okay.
Because the specific effect is less sensitive. You need a lot of exposure to reach that one.
But the critical effect comes at the lower concentration, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does come at a lower concentration. So if you have the specific effect, if you want to reach a, let's say, a specific effect once it's, well, that's the calculation behind it. So I think that's an answer to it. It would already pose a problem on itself.
In itself.
For the critical effect.
Okay. Okay.
But I don't
Anyone
think
else?
that.
Please.
I don't think that the metrics of taking no EL is the correct one, because whenever you look at a specific a risk-based approach, usually you identify the no EL for the critical effect, and you derive the health-based guidance value or any other health-based value as a reference. Then you put inside also the uncertainty in deriving the effect. So whenever you have, for example, 10% of the ADI, it means that with respect to the NOEL, you have order of magnitude of differences. So let's say that taking the NOEL could be quite risky, but with the HB value, I don't think it's the same.
It's the same. Okay. Any further thoughts on that one? Okay, so we now have a couple of questions and a follow-up about really just comments and questions about the 10% value. This has obviously caused a lot of angst in the participants. So we should be clear that the two 10% have a quite different meaning. The 10% contribution to combined risk is relative to the total risk. The 10% on single chemical risk relates to the need to consider that compound for a cumulative risk assessment for any group. So comments on that. So what that's saying is that there are two values of 10, well, the 10% are really different if you're considering a combined risk and if you're considering a single component. Any further comments?
Yes, it is correct. But the worst case in considering the relevance of the 10% should be the one in which you consider the single compound. I mean, the concern for the 10% not being sufficiently protective should come from the use for the single compound. But the example that we have with the real mixtures and with the calculation about the major driver for the risk in the mixtures support the fact that by using 10%, you are on the safe side. So although they are different, I think that 10% is a good and reasonable starting point in both cases.
So one of the comments that I picked up in one of the groups was that, you know, thresholds lower than 10% might be needed for persistent chemicals, for example. Would you comment on that?
In our working group, one of the participants gave us an example about dioxins and PCBs and dioxin-like compounds. And it turned out that within the mixtures, only few components were the drivers, and the lower bound of the range for those contributing was 30%.
Wow.
So they are surely bioaccumulating compounds, but the situation was more or less the same.
Antonio, please.
Yes, if you let me go back to the former question regarding the differences in the 10% for single chemical for the combined risk approach, I think that it is, yes, it might be valid, but in my view, the 10% of the combined risk approach is to assess whether the contribution of a single chemical change in a 10% the final combined risk or not, because this is a kind of sensitivity analysis if you want. So you have the combination of chemical, the combined risk metrics, and also you take out one chemical and see to what extent the final the value is changed above or below 10%. So I think this could be also very useful information, although I agree that it is of a different nature in the combined risk than in the individual risk.
And this is an area where you know, sort of programming and perhaps artificial intelligence can help us with you know, removing chemicals from groups to see what happens or what might be likely effects. I think there's some quite interesting possibilities there now, using basic programming or basic programs. Yeah. Any other comments on the two, the combined and the single 10% values? Okay. So again, as I said, there's a couple of comments on the 10%. So the next comment is we need to be clear that the 10% cutoff relates to the relative contribution of combined risk in one case. In the other case, it relates to individual risk on its own health-based guidance value. This means that in the first case, the combined risk, i.e. the first tier of the cumulative risk assessment, has already been conducted. So that's kind of similar question, but has the cumulative risk assessment already been conducted in the combination? Any thoughts? Oh, please, Yander.
No, I don't think so. No, I know it's not so. The idea is that, well, the idea is that you want the golden standard. You want to have the OAP of mode of action. What you can do is just group these chemicals based on their, for instance, organ level or on a specific level before you try to find out what actually the value is for the the hazard of a substance is indeed belonging to a group. So if you group them based on the organ level, you already can perform a combined assessment with the idea that there will be some substances which are not relevant based on this analysis, and these ones you can exclude. And the prioritization scheme tells us that then you can go back to the hazard to find more data for the substances which you do not have, for which substances you do not have the exact data for further classification. And the result of it is that there will be also substances in for which you not have data, but already turned out to be unimportant.
Mm.
So it's more or less like working like a filter.
Yes.
It's not that's a misinterpretation. It's not already the final assessment group which you are looking at.
Right.
I still feel that
I'm not.
that is not
I'm
clear.
not sure, but yeah. Anyone else like to help with that one?
Yeah, I think that this is part of the need to explain that between the first flow chart, the figure 3 that we discussed yesterday, and this prioritization flow chart, there is a clear link, and therefore it's an iterative process going. If you may allow me to say, it's you are going in circle, and you exit from the circle when you are happy with your final assessment group, because you have information on the chemicals, and you already try to prioritize and to end up with a reasonable number of chemicals. So as Jan Dirk said, you can go and perform a very rough combined risk assessment based on the reference value without going into details and seeing if you have data available on the AOP or on the mode of action that allows you to go into a higher granularity for your final assessment. So you don't have to do all the work and then prioritize. Otherwise, your exercise would be unuseful.
Mm. So there's a kind of comment from the audience. How do you reconcile the 10% of combined risk as a cutoff for excluding from the CRA when you have already conducted the combined risk assessment? So how do you reconcile the 10% of combined risk as a cutoff for excluding from the combined risk assessment when you have already conducted the combined risk assessment? I think you've kind of addressed that, Emanuela, but it was a follow-up while Jan Dirk was speaking, so perhaps we could just consider that for a moment. How do you reconcile these things? Just because you have not conducted the full risk assessment?
Yeah, the problem is that you don't have to conduct the full risk assessment before the prioritization. So you have to do it in a very rough way and rapid way, and then go for prioritization, and then go back to the other base criteria and refine them. You know, it makes no sense to do the work twice, because why do you have to prioritize if you already do your work? If you have an assessment group based on the other base criteria that we discussed in the flow chart yesterday, and you are happy with your group because you have 5 chemicals in the mixtures, and you can do everything without going for any prioritization. You can do it. You are not forced to do prioritization anyway. It is just a way to reduce the number of chemicals that you have to analyze in detail.
So I think you're arguing for that you have a quick look and see, and then assess what you're going to prioritize, and then do the full assessment on that. So it's making it an iterative process, really. I think people mentioned that earlier. So we're sort of emphasizing the iterative nature of this rather than the you do it once and it's done. It's an ongoing process, I think, would be the way to describe it. Yeah. Good. So please do continue putting your questions into the Q&A platform. I'm going to come to the next question, which is on combined risk metrics. So could the panel comment on the rationale for taking the combined risk metrics approach to refine CAG membership? And then there's a follow-on from that. It says, this seems unclear as the combined risk metrics approach seems to be the worst case. And that's versus a combined assessment group, a cumulative assessment group, in terms of computational demands. Is there an expectation that the combined risk metrics approach would be less demanding? In other words, have fewer probabilistic model runs? So could we address the first part? Could you comment on the rationale for taking the combined risk metrics approach to define cumulative assessment group membership? Is it a good approach to use the combined risk metrics?
Yes, I think it's one valid choice to do that. And first of all, we decide to put at the highest hierarchical level when the information is available, because this represents or reflects the reality which will occur in chemical nature. But I understand that once you have performed the combined risk assessment, you can exclude those chemicals that have a marginal contribution. And then this is a kind of refinement of the assessment group. So this means that from that time on, similar assessment, you don't need to include that chemical because it is computer demanding. So you can imagine that if you have another request for assessment, including a higher number of chemical, which demands most of computational human resources, if you have the possibility of excluding, because you have previous experience of excluding those chemicals below the cutoff of the threshold value, it could be considered like an important achievement or something useful to reduce the complexity of the assessment.
Yes, please.
Yes, to my understanding and based on what we have discussed in the group, where we prepared this draft guidance document, the combined risk matrix is expected to lead to more refined groups, since it will be based on the common effect for the common assessment group, not for the on the critical effect. So by definition, by the methodology of the whole approach, we are expecting to have more refined groups. And of course, after the first quick run, as Jan Dirk described, we can further refine this group based on the application of a threshold, either 10% or whatever it will be decided at the end. Yes, I think it's more preferable, but of course it's more demanding due to more information on the hazard, and of course it's also very demanding on the software.
Well, this came up yesterday as well, didn't it? Yes, the kind of computing demands, if you like, that can be quite large in some situations. Yeah. Any other views and comments on that? So there was a kind of follow-up there that said it seems unclear as the combined risk metrics seem to be the worst case. Is that correct? Combined risk would be the worst case? I guess it would be. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, well, maybe I think we might have answered that. I think we'll go to the next question. So if we, again, it's talking about combined risk. So if the combined risk indicates a health problem, the 10% cutoff would help identifying those chemicals contributing the most and prioritise for gathering additional refined tox data, or prioritise management action to mitigate risk. So I think really we're looking for a comment on which of those do you think is most likely. So if the combined risk indicates a health problem, the 10% cutoff would help identifying chemicals contributing the most and prioritise the gathering of more refined tox data, or prioritise the management action to mitigate the risk.
It should be both.
Yeah, possibly.
I think it should be both. I mean, for those that contribute at a higher level in the mixtures, then you need to go in this iterative process and refine the other-based criteria and try to refine even the contribution. And on that basis, to understand which are the most adequate and appropriate mitigation measure to limit the exposure exactly to those chemicals producing a public health problem. I mean, as we identified yesterday in our discussion, this is something that you need to have a prioritization list. It's something that the manager and the policymaker should have in order to, let's say, focus their action on the major contribution to the risk, not to waste time and energy to eliminate other compounds which are maybe more popular in the ideas of the population, but are not actually the one contributing most to the risk. So I think that this is something that the policymaker and the risk manager should know exactly.
Okay.
If I may add something, I absolutely agree with that comment, because this is another advantage of the prioritization process, not only to identify chemicals with low priority or with marginal contribution. For the risk manager, it's also important to identify what are the main drivers of the final risk of the chemical mixture, and the prioritization process allows you to identify all these contributions. So it's a very useful information for both sides.
Yeah, agreed. So I have a question here, which is it is prefaced by, let me ask a blunt question. So be prepared, panel members. So the question is, if you say 10% of, let's say, X, Y, and Z, do we all have the same understanding of what X, Y, and Z is?
Information.
Yeah. So yeah.
Some more substance, please.
Well, I think I think that's probably the case. But I think the idea is that if we're all understanding what what that is, do we really know what the total risk is, and is that going to be the same in every situation? So are we dealing with the same thing every time, or is it something different? I'm not sure if I've interpreted the question from the questioner correctly, but perhaps if I have not, they can feed in. So do we all understand what it's 10% of? Do we all know the same thing? Are we meaning the same thing? I mean, I do think this comes back to I think it was a comment from Kiki on being explicit and understanding what we're talking about. So Emanuela, please.
I think that this was something that was repeated in all the different group, that whenever you have specific data, you don't have to use the, let's say, default factors, but use the chemical specific factors. And this is the same for the uncertainty factor when you derive the HBGB. Whenever you have data, it depends on the situation. If you have specific data, use it. And whenever you use one default factors or any other factors to exclude them, it should be justified in a very transparent way and on a scientific basis. If you do this, I think that you can even change the 10% because you have some solid justification to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other thoughts on that one? Okay, so I'd like to move to a specific question for Antonio. Structured data for health-based guidance value. Oh, that's the one we've already had. Sorry, we've had that one. It's come in again. So a comment and question. The unclear aspect of combined risk metrics idea for refining a common assessment group is what to do with conflicting results. So when we don't have the same outcome. For example, the combined risk metrics probabilistic risk assessment might exceed the common assessment group's HBGV. Whereas after removal of substances with low contributions to the combined risk metrics, risk assessment, the new probabilistic risk assessment might pass. Would a risk assessor then be able to say that the health concern was unlikely? This seems a difficult situation to be in that the guidance could try to support. So I think it's trying to understand what happens when you have conflicting results from the combined risk metrics. And if you were to take away one of the substances, let's say that you didn't pass, shall we say, initially, but if you take away one substance, it does pass, how would you view that? Jan Dirk and then Kiki.
I think it all depends on what your initial question is. That's the first thing. So there is a reason why you perform this kind of grouping. So what is the object of your grouping? And if it is that you need to assess, let's say, 100 chemicals for a very specific effect with, let's say, a mode of action or with an AOP, then you could find out if, in the case the HBV would be exceeded, whether or not the risk drivers really do belong to this MOA or AOP. So I would start at the top. I would start with the risk drivers to look at that moment, because the combined risk matrix does provide you information on the importance of the substance within the assessment.
Okay, thank you. Kiki.
Yes, exactly the same. I think it depends on the purpose of the risk assessment, the cumulative risk assessment, and I think that depending on the if you are going to have a prospective or a retrospective risk assessment, it will the outcome can provide very useful information for the risk assessors.
And how do you think the guidance can try to support this sort of situation? Any thoughts on that, Antonio, please?
Yes, let me comment that the guidelines are focused on the configuration of assessment groups, not to perform a risk assessment. It's important to note that in the workflow of the figure of the prioritization, there are only two entries. One entry from the assessment group based on the hazard-driven criteria, or the other, which is a bit difficult to understand, which is the entry from chemicals under consideration, which are defined under the term of reference or passing the gatekeeper step. This means that this is the request from the risk manager, and we have to frame the question just to the terms of reference of the mandate received from the risk manager. And also at the end, what we get is a refined assessment group. Although it's a bit complex to understand, because at the end you refine the assessment group once you have performed the cumulative risk assessment.
Okay, so we have no more questions in the Q&A platform. I think we've done rather well. I wonder if any of the panelists would like to have a last word or make a few comments.
You allow me, Heather, I suggest to ask the audience that if some of the member of the audience or participant want to clarify anything that we have not been able to comment properly.
Yes. Very good point. So if anyone in the audience feels that we have not covered their point, or if they would like to have some more detail on anything, please could you put your statement in the chat. I mean, I'm just going to kind of summarize the things that I think, the common things or the common themes that have come out from the 4 discussions. I mean, I think the threshold or cutoff value, this 10%, is really generating a lot of discussion and thought. And an issue that often comes up is, it's easier to deal with intentional mixtures rather than unintentional mixtures, and that's a problem. We're not sure about how to use the TTC approach in this situation, but it could be helpful. We need to be explicit. We need to make sure that everybody understands what we're seeing and what we're talking about. Making sure that we define our criteria and define our statements. And also, I think there's some differences between different panels, which I think is important to bear in mind. The other thing that's come up is databases and how that really might be tremendously helpful going forward in the future. So I think that would be very helpful. There is one question. It's quite similar to a question we've had before, I think. So here's the question is, how likely would you think that a compound for which the no observable adverse effect level in the common assessment group is higher by 5 or 10-fold than the critical no observable adverse effect level would contribute more than 10% of the combined not acceptable risk without exceeding the acceptable risk for the critical effect? Now, I think that's quite a complicated question. So basically, how likely is it that if you have a very high no observable adverse effect within the common assessment group, that the critical no observable adverse effect level would contribute more than 10% of that combined risk? And that wouldn't exceed the acceptable risk for the critical effect.
maybe in this case, once this chemical enter into the iterative process of prioritization, it could be excluded because it can be considered as a low priority chemical. This is one possibility based on that rationale.
Yes, because it's no observable adverse effect level is 10 times what we're seeing at the critical level, I think. Yes. I think that's a difficult. Please, yes, sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's really a difficult question because you know it's difficult even to understand if we got the question in a correct way. If we have sometimes, could it possible to project the complex figure that one of the participants prepared for our group and try to see if it can fit with the iterative process and the circularity of the problem going from the initial group to the prioritization and back, because this could be a useful exercise to understand that you don't have to do all the work before prioritization.
So could we have, please, the breakout group 2, group 1 presentation, and I think it's the last slide. It may take a moment for us to actually find that slide, but I agree with you, Emanuela, that is a very nice diagram, and in fact, I have kind of stolen it for my my summing up. I think it's a nice diagram to sum up.
Yeah, during our discussion yesterday, we thought that in order to clarify the link between the two different flowcharts, we have to explain better in the text, because we thought it would be very difficult to make a diagram very complex and not easy to understand. But I think that Miriana, our participants, got it in a quite clear way. So as you can see, you have a provisional assessment group coming out from figure 3 that we discussed yesterday, and you can decide, you have two possibilities. The number of chemicals in the mixture is acceptable and workable, and then you go directly to the final assessment group. Or the number is too high, and before going for the real evaluation, you go for prioritization. So I think that this can explain quite well that you can go back and see if the prioritization works, or if you need to define and to start again with the other base criteria. And in this case, even the TTC can be applied.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Because
that's
yeah, once you know the exposure levels and you identify which is the probability of co-occurrence, and then you know also the absolute level of exposure, then you can apply the TTC, providing that the chemicals are within the applicability domain of the TTC, of course.
Yes, absolutely. And I really think that that is a very nice diagram to finish on, and a very nice part to stop this discussion. So I would like to thank again our panelists, and I'm afraid your job is not yet done. We have one more panel session before the end of today. So away and grab a cup of coffee now, and make sure you're ready for the next breakout session. So we're now going to have a break, and I would be grateful if everyone could return by 15:20 to their breakout groups. So that is basically about a 10-11 minute break now. And when you come back, please go to your breakout group for the breakout group 3. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome back. Sorry we're a little late in starting, but our rapporteurs didn't have much time to put together their slides. So this is the same format as our previous roundup. We will ask each of the rapporteurs to talk in turn, and then we will have a slightly shorter session on panel discussion at the end. So without further ado, can I ask Emanuela to present on behalf of Group 1? Thank you, Emanuela.
Okay, thank you. It was not easy to wrap up everything in such a short time. The discussion was very interesting, but not as focused as the previous discussion. So I need to have my clicker. Can I ask you to use the first slides? Okay. So this is a very broad issues, and what we discussed at the very beginning, it is almost impossible to find a methodology that fits for all the different situation that you can have, especially because here we have to address both the wood mixture and component-based approach, and this should be applied to human health, animal health, and the environment as well. So the answer is virtually impossible. But what we discussed was that NAMs can be very useful, although this term is sometimes too generic and it is not useful just to say NAMs, and we have to identify which ones will be more useful to answer a specific question. NAMs can be different if we want to tackle species differences versus the identification of apical effects for the human health or the animal health, for example. May I have the next slides, please? So regarding NAMs, what comes out from our discussion is that they can be useful for preliminary screening from common targets, both for human and animal health and for the environment. Some tools already exist. Forgive me, there are some typing errors here. One example is the one developed by Emilio Benfenati, the Vega one. That is available for environmental species, for at least for single components. There are already around some genetic decay models available for different species, but probably they have to be developed in a more structural way. There are also species sensitivity models around for single components, and further development is needed for the cumulative risk assessment. And what was quite clear is that in the environmental area, the aquatic toxicity area is the most developed one. Tools are available. There are also specific EU projects like the solution that defines methodology and tools that can be used, but it's less developed for the terrestrial animals. And something really relevant is that whenever you have an answer to a question to answer to, you need to select the NAM that fits for purpose. One other point that was considered was the necessity and the needs to use probabilistic exposure assessment methodologies. Especially for the cumulative risk assessment, including aggregate exposure. Because with these methodologies, you can identify in a more solid way the main drivers for the risk in mixtures. It was also asked how useful could be to have a guidance on the use of TTC, and after discussion, it was considered that it was not really helpful because it is necessary to know the single components to see if the TTC can apply. but it was also introduced the concept that ATTC in the environmental risk assessment in a cumulative way, it's not easy, but it is possible, and there are attempts to develop it. While discussing the TTC problem, the fact that in the mixture you can have genotoxic components, the analytical sensitivity for detecting them could even not be as sensitive to detect them in the mixtures. So their presence can be really problematic to apply the TTC to the whole mixtures. And can I have the next one? Other consideration that came out from the discussion was that for the time being, the chemical risk assessment is driven mainly by the thermal reference coming from the risk manager. So sometimes it is not coming from experimental data that we can get from the real life, but for specific problems that the manager has to solve. And following this consideration, our chairs ask us a very provocative question, saying, we are looking at chemicals, but are we looking to the right stressor? And this was quite an interesting one, because we also have indication from some participants that in many cases, when you look at the real life, you can end up with the results that the chemicals are not the major drivers for decreasing the quality of life or causing problems to your health. So one of the possibility was that one challenges for the future could be to look at epidemiological data and trying to make use of QALY and DALY to look at possible drivers for health problems in the population. But at the moment, we lack the right methodology to translate from the epidemiological data to specific risk assessments of chemicals. And when the suggestion of using biomonitoring data was presented, this can be useful, yes, for sure. They can be used to generate hypotheses as well, but we have to consider data coming from human biomonitoring survey with caution, because in many cases they are focusing on bioaccumulating compound, because they are more or less constantly present in the circulation. But for chemicals with a short half-life, which are not captured most of the time, if the study design is not correct, the problem can be that you didn't capture them and you don't consider them as relevant, but they can be very relevant, especially when you have intermittent exposure. Other considerations were related to the fact that in some cases, the risk assessment and a lot of time and energy is devoted to refine the risk assessment for single chemical, like BPA was a classical example, without taking care of many other chemicals that for which no information is available. And another recommendation is forget the silos based on the regulation, because if you want to start to think in a combined way, you need to overcome this. I didn't put any other on writing, but something that was discussed at the end was be very careful when we think to co-exposure, because in practice, again, for those compounds that have a short half-life, the challenge can be really higher than for the other compounds, and how we can detect a possible synergism in practice. And it was very interesting to discuss the fact that whenever the synergism in the environmental area has been identified, it is not more than 2-3-fold higher than the additivity. And so the impact for food and environmental contaminant should be limited at variance from the pharmaceutical area, where the doses are higher and therefore the synergism you can expect is much higher. I can stop here because I put everything together without dividing our discussion in question 1, 2, and 3, because these were more or less, I hope to have got most of the discussion we have, putting all the future challenges together without dividing with respect to the 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Emanuela. You have really given us a full start, and you've covered the aspects very well. So thank you very much. We'll now move to the second group, and that is Antonio. Antonio, please, can you present for group 2?
Okay, thank you, Heather. So we are just on a rush to polish the slides, so I apologize if there is any mistake, any error in the presentation. And I don't know if my presentation I submitted by email. I don't know if you got it properly. Okay, that's fine. So please, you can go to the next slide and skip because this is the title and is enlarged. Thank you very much. So regarding the first question, the future challenge in methods and guideline development. So we have considered that the roadmaps in this sense should be discussed with the risk manager, because the current regulation may not be fully fit for purpose. And there are more concrete areas to be considered during the mixture risk assessment, apart from the general areas of some specific to narrow down these areas. And we have provided very useful information by Bruno regarding the future challenge to be addressed by EFSA, and EFSA is now planning to develop roadmaps and to contract, that is to externalize to do these roadmaps. The idea is to go towards open source platforms, data consolidation, which there is already experience gained with pesticides regarding this point. And also not only for food additives, for pesticides, also for food additives and food contact materials are also be considered at this time. Regarding method development, NAMS is a challenge for EFSA. So omics data, particularly, we have the potential to improve the grouping of chemicals, and also EFSA is taking care of aggregate exposure to integrate dietary with non-dietary exposure. So at the end, though the roadmap is not finished yet, we have to move forward. So we cannot stop at this time, which represents an uncertainty and also limitation, but there is this need. And on the other hand, the point was raised regarding the harmonization between OECD and EFSA guidelines, because so far these areas are not harmonized. For instance, OECD particularly provide more recommendation approaches, and in this regard, some alignment should be performed. Regarding environmental risk assessment, our group, there were no expertise in this regard, so we won't have the chance to provide more insight, but it was felt by the participant that more interaction with the European Environmental Agency would be required, and also to consider the issue of the feed additives and their impact on the environment. EFSA has already provided an example of a system approach in a scientific opinion, and regarding the multiple stressor regarding bees, and maybe this could be a starting point to go towards this goal. NAMs should be evaluated for applicability for whole mixture, because whole mixture are very dynamic in several situations, so not always they show similarity in contrast to component-based approach. So do we need further guidance on this? This is a remaining question. And now we are in a position to develop methods, new methods including modeling and to perform risk assessment for mixture. But there is a need to refine what we have already based on the small experience gained. And there is a need to refine methods for assessing and define co-exposure. Do we need further guidelines to refine and to better define co-exposure? And we consider that the whole mixture is now a hot area that is currently under development right now. The next slide, please. And you can skip because this is the title. And regarding the second question, so we have discussed the risk assessment of chemical mixture. It's a good opportunity for NAMs and in silico methods to be developed and to gain acceptance, because there is no possibility for animal testing for all the potential chemical mixture. And now this niche, these NAMs and silico have a large potential to grow and to gain confidence in the regulator. We need more data to support key grouping for determination of common metabolites or mixture effect derived from common transporters shared by different chemicals within the same group, and to have metabolites already identified in the open food talks. It is considered also a need. And on the other hand, the classification of substance by AOP is another point, is considered relevant, and organize data for the same AOP in the open food talks. So maybe we are putting a lot of expectancies in the open food talks, and this should be developed accordingly. Though there is qualitative information in chemicals, one challenge is the quantitative data. Particularly, also we have discussed at the environmental level. Non-target analysis provide information that provide information in the media that are qualitative, but you don't have quantitative data. Also, it would be challenging to identify markers in these regards, environmental markers, in a similar way that we have identified human markers in human circles. But we don't have data to check whether the approach used is appropriate or not. A tool would be needed to determine when the whole mixture are similar or not, talking about physicochemical similarity or toxicological similarity, which have to be comparable. And there is a need to develop a workflow to identify the possibility of interaction, either synergies or antagonists, in a similar way that occurs in the pharmacology field. And for environmental risk assessment, we need more information on chemicals occurring in drinking water, particularly, where potential interaction might occur and cannot be captured with the current methodologies. And lastly, it's a need to identify other matrices to support the described challenge. And the next slide, please. Skip one. Regarding the challenge to implement the use of NAMs in chemical mixture risk assessment, so NAMs can be of importance for whole mixtures. For instance, we have commented about the application of the read-across approach for core mixture. And omics data might be very useful for single substance, but we wonder whether they can also be used for chemical mixture or for pure chemical. Maybe we need more guidance to what kind of omics data do we need for chemical mixture, not for single substance. And omics are useful to predict grouping of chemical and to compare this exercise with the current approach used for pesticides to see their performance. NAMs depends on the availability of the data in the databases. So NAMs data are in a different format than the current format used for risk assessment. So we need to organize data in an appropriate manner to be managed. A multidisciplinary approach needs to make a full use of NAMs. So we need more expertise in this field. For instance, there is a need for high throughput testing data and in silico data for bioinformatics. And this is a complex issue to perform and also to interpret. There is a need to identify the most urgent need to develop NAMs for mixture risk assessment. And we have also discussed the issue of the acceptance of NAMs and NAMs result, which needs years of validation. So we want to reach this validation sooner rather than later. Who will prioritize NAMs and who will accept them? There is a conflict between scientists and regulators. So regulators are saying scientists what is the scope of NAMs, or scientists are discussing or establishing to regulator what is the field of or the framework that they should implement. They have different needs and different framework. And transparency in method development will contribute to an easier validation. And a structured approach will accelerate the verification by regulators. And the last comment is we have to investigate how exposome data can be compared with in silico predictions for the short-term future. So thank you very much, and apologize if there is any mistake.
So, yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. So in the group 3, we have also some statements and we have also some questions, but we are quite short. For the first question, I will try to do it. Okay, you did it. Okay. For the first question, first of all, for the regulated compounds, we probably need readily available information on exposure. That was the first point made by the group. With respect to human biomonitoring data, there are questions on how it will be possible to use the data and have access to the data that has been produced from European and from national funded projects. And of course, here we have to take into account the limitations of human biomonitoring data as presented earlier by Emanuela, the limitation of short half-life chemicals. In order to have the preparedness for a future crisis, we need to have a horizon scanning for potential problems in order to avoid pollution crisis at local or regional level. We have examples like PFAS crisis or dioxins for some years ago. We need harmonized approaches for monitoring of chemicals of concern. This is a necessary point to have harmonized approaches for monitoring and chemical methods also and sampling, etc. We need a global data repository on hazard data, on health-based guidance values, target issues, etc. We need international harmonization on hazard identification and characterization, and common language, common terminology. The next, please. Yes, okay. Related to the risk assessment, the preliminary risk assessment may require less complex probabilistic approach. With respect to the whole mixture approach, it's practically impossible to have an accurate characterization of mixtures of natural origin. And very often the results from the toxicity studies on mixtures of natural origin may differ from expected from chemical composition due to presence of compounds with genotoxic alerts, for example. The rationale for grouping chemicals should be readily available in the global warehouse information, We have also a question on how to deal with congeners in an unintentional mixture. And the guidance document should address also how to deal with the uncertainty. At least have some information in this specific guidance document. The next, please. Related to the third question, we have a question also, if it is possible to have the uncertainty estimation for CAG membership in a software tool. It is also a concern here that the computational capacity is very demanding to run cumulative risk assessment. Another question is if it is it developed computational tools for pesticide risk assessment applicable to other areas and regulatory frameworks. And the last is about databases on human exposure, both dietary, occupational, and information from biomonitoring from different European population groups. We should have databases on all this information. Thank you. Yes. We have one more, sorry. And we have the third question. Applicability domain of the in silico methods for food bioactive compounds in the mixtures. We need the applicability to know the applicability domain. The NAMs validated, those which are validated for human risk assessment are not suitable for animal risk assessment. And for environmental risk assessment, the methodology available and developed is for single substances only and not for mixtures. That's all from group 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiki. I'm sorry, I'm afraid my internet dropped out, and I was frozen in the ether somewhere while Antonio was speaking. So I do apologise, Antonio, for not being able to thank you for your presentation. So a number of things that were raised there, some of them we've had before. I think the ideas of global warehouse and sort of horizon scanning are really good ideas and something that we can consider and think about. Also, we've raised the issue in this presentation about uncertainty, which I think we haven't perhaps given much thought to, but certainly it's a very important part of all of EFSA's work to try to understand the level or extent of uncertainty in any of the assessments that we provide. So I think with that, we should be about ready to go to Dirk, Jan Dirk, and group number 4. So thank you, Jan Dirk. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It was quite a stressful task to finish the presentation, so we have done a little bit different than the other groups. But I hope this will present the discussion what we have had in our breakout session. I will click for the next slide. Okay, yes. We have done it differently because I had no time to organize it. And our discussion ended up problems with major mixtures. The number of these compounds within these mixtures are very high. The example was taken from hydrocarbons, chlorinated paraffins, and PAs. So many compounds, there's no analysis possible for the single compounds, and if you would analyze it, you cannot come further than an analysis which shows you a hump of all kinds of different compounds peaked in together in one hump. The problem is there's no tox data, and another problem is there's no consistency in mixture composition. How to deal with that? Another thing is that we move away from animal data, but how are we going to use NAMs? For instance, in the case of the PAs, they are complex. There's a wide, diverse potency assessed with the NAMs for the individual PAs. However, we still use the equipotency approach. NAMs are considered to be insufficient. The question is raised, but what is insufficient? There should be a guidance to solve this problem. So when do we have enough evidence to conclude specific potencies? Which batteries of NAMs is needed for a minimum requirement? It was also postulated that the importance of body burdens to move towards a more realistic situation. The HBM4U derives health-based monitoring guidance values for chemicals and convert therefore the HBFVs from animal studies or use epidemiology data. Concentrations related to background for non-concern versus concern. How to relate them to the effect. I'm sorry. Okay. Computational tools, more tools for grouping necessary, in particular for ecotox. Computational tools, new tools addressing both hazard and exposure, for instance, the Sphera. Importance of dissemination and communication, access of tools to third countries and general worldwide. Some tools have high dissemination potential in silico models, while other tools, omics, require high level of technological information and training. Acceptance is a barrier, in particular regarding the potency evaluations using NAMs. Harmonization of regulation, overall framework, learn from related directives. For instance, pharma regulations addressing interactions and the requirements info if a drug is a substrate or inhibits the cytochrome. And that seems to be the last slide from breakout group 4.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure what happened there, Jan Dirk. I think you probably couldn't see some of the slides as they were going along. Having had 3 days of great technical support, we now seem to be running into a few issues. Typical. So can I ask the 4 panel members to join me on the platform? so that we can have our panel discussion? Excellent, thank you very much. So if I look at the Q&A, we do have a few questions, so I will just, we have a little bit of extra time. I think we only have 45 minutes for this section. I have a slightly different time on my timer, but I think on the programme it's only 45 minutes. So can we start with Emanuela? Selection of NAMs fit for purpose is too vague. I think that each group of experts may differ on their view of this, and I'm sure I agree with that. We need some guidance from EFSA beyond the OECD guidance. So I think this is a sort of comment about harmonisation, I think, as well as guidance. And harmonisation was raised at least by 2 groups or 3 groups in the discussion. So can Emanuela take that first, and then we'll move to the others as we go along.
Yeah, I think that the issue of harmonization is really relevant, and this is valid for the methods, and I guess that the commenter refers to the OECD guidance. For the moment, only few NAMs are included in the OECD testing test guidelines. But I know that JRC, they are working for the development of many others, and there is also a very interesting project whose name is Parere, that is trying to link the development of in vitro and in silico methodologies for regulatory purpose. So I think that we are on the right way. Even EFSA can think to guidance document to indicate which are the strategies that can be used, because I don't think that we can stop to a single test or a single methodology. We need to define IATA and this kind of integrating testing strategy in order to solve the problem. I understand that for someone it can be vague, but it is very difficult to answer in 30 minutes and then to wrap up in 10 minutes. So I cannot be more precise than this.
So I think Jan Dirk, you also mentioned fit for purpose for NAMs, I think. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, but fit for purpose, what does it mean? In the sense that it's specific for one organ or a set of organs, endpoints? I'm not familiar with the term fit for purpose.
So, I think what it means is that that the NAMs will answer the question that we're asking. So but
what
you
I
know,
get from
the question is, what are we asking?
What I get from the discussion with our group is that, and those are the specialists, at least in my group, is that there is no solution, that there is one specific NAM for one target organ or one problem solving. It's more or less that you need a set of NAMs, as I see it, well, to answer the question and to replace, for instance, another study. So I think there's need more NAMs to solve one problem.
I think that's a very wise statement. I mean, the problem is that in some people's minds we're trying to replace animal models with a NAM, and we really shouldn't be replacing. We should be developing completely new approaches and methodologies, rather than trying to replicate something that we've had in the past. So I agree. I think there's going to be batteries of NAMs tests that we will be able to use in the future. And it's designing those to be fit for purpose, if you know what I mean. So if we want a NAMs for X, we have to design the group of tests that we want for that. Antonio, would you like to come in as well? I think you mentioned harmonization and NAMs too.
Yeah, yes, thank you. is we consider that this is an excellent opportunity for OECD and EFSA to harmonize the new potential guidelines regarding the use of NAMs. I must say in this regard that EFSA is already in collaboration with the OECD regarding one particular aspect of NAMs, which is the battery of in vitro testing battery that the PPR panel had produced and adopted earlier this year. And we'll continue working with the OECD in order to develop these guidelines. So in the case of chemical mixture, where there is no possibility to apply animal testing or to use animal testing for any kind of potential mixture, this is an excellent opportunity for the NAMs and in silico methods, including in silico methods, just to develop and to address all potential phases or aspects that arise by the chemical mixture risk assessment, and that animal models cannot be completely reply to these questions.
Kiki, do you want to come in?
Yes, just a short comment. I think that harmonization is a prerequisite for having benefit from NAMs in risk assessment and mixture risk assessment. Of course, it's a very demanding issue, and I think that we need endpoint-specific NAMs. We need the batteries of tests for its endpoint to be assessed. And of course, NAMs will get very high importance and value for whole mixture risk assessment, in my opinion. And of course, EFSA has to invest time and knowledge for developing NAMs suitable for risk assessment for the food chain contaminants.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. So, I mean, several people mentioned human biomonitoring, and there is a comment here that says non-persistent organic pollutants can frequently be captured by biomarkers of effects, and then in brackets adducts exclamation mark. Does anyone want to sort of comment on human biomonitoring? I mean, there are clearly, it's something that we're developing, but you know, in my view, it's not quite ready yet for regulatory use. But does anyone have any thoughts on human biomonitoring they'd like to share from their groups? Kiki?
Yes, I think human biomonitoring is very important and can provide very important information for regulators as a tool for retrospective assessment, but it has serious limitations. Some of them mentioned by Emanuela earlier, for example, for non-persistent compounds. We can mainly see those substances that are persistent, but we miss all the others that they might have produced the effect, but they are not detected anymore. So we have always to keep in mind that the human biomonitoring data can provide useful information, but still it has very serious limitations which we cannot disregard. Thank you.
And I think that's the point of the questioner. You know, that there are biomarkers that we can use to indicate exposures. So, Emanuela.
I think that when you use biomarker of effects, sometimes if you refer to adducts, not all the chemical are able to produce adducts. And the reference is to DNA adducts or hemoglobin adducts. You should know exactly the chemical you are looking at and what it is doing. So for a few chemicals, you have this kind of possibilities. Let's say that the usefulness of the human biomonitoring studies is that you can have blood or urine, and you can go for untargeted analysis and see what it is there. The problem with a short-life chemical is that sometimes when you have in mind to look at one specific chemical, you go and detect it because you know that people has been exposed that day to that chemical. And then with a spot urine or a spot blood results, you look to the effect in an epi-studies, and you make a correlation. And this is really something that is not useful at all. Because you should know exactly which is the kinetic of the compounds, what you should look at if the parent compound or the metabolite, which is the best metrics that you have to look at, if blood or urine or whatever, and then try to understand if it is possible to correlate a single measurement, like it could be with a persistent pollutant with some effects. They are very powerful tools, but they should be used in the correct way.
Thank you. Yes. Antonio.
Some comments. Thank you. Regarding human biomonitoring, and particularly the non-persistent chemicals. So this has the limitation already commented. But I would like to say that it is dependent on the biological matrix used. And in this regard, I think that hair samples could be a very useful matrix, at least for pesticide. We have more information that you can determine over a length of time, even months, depending on the length of the hair. You can detect using the available methodologies, which are currently so sensitive. You can detect even those non-persistent chemicals that have a very short window of detection in urine, but if you use this another alternative matrix like hair, this offers quite a lot of possibilities. And regarding biomarkers of effect to be used to address exposure, I agree with Emmanuel that this is only restricted to a very few compounds, maybe highly reactive chemicals producing adults with DNA, with blood proteins, albumin, and so forth, adults with albumin, and also the classical example of butyrylcholinesterase for organophosphate, which really is a real marker of exposure rather than a marker of effect. So we should look at a biomarker of exposure.
Okay. So thank you. The next comment is everybody is telling us to forget silos, and that's followed by, however, not only the database but also the approaches to risk assessment differ for very good reasons. So, how do we break these down? How do we get out of this siloed situation? Emanuela.
The discussion today was for future challenges, and I think that our policymakers should start to think not in silos and try to reconvene some of the regulation, because during the period in which the applicants has to answer to specific regulatory question and request, they cannot forget the silos. But the risk assessor can start to think about it and try to do it outside the regulatory area, and then push the policymaker to think in another way. But I think that to convince them, we should also have example to demonstrate how important it is to go outside the silos.
Yeah, Good examples will be helpful in breaking down those barriers, won't it? Yeah. Anyone got other comments on the silos?
Can I comment
Please,
quickly on that?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I agree that we should go out from silos, but I think this is a matter of time. So right now we need to have this silo because of the legislation, and also to get training and to get experience with the new methodologies that we are implementing. We have talked about chemical mixture, different methodology for applying. And the example of pesticides is already in some of the annexes of the draft guidelines. So once we gain this experience, we start move forward, and we can go to a second step, which is leave out the silos and consider the dietary and non-dietary exposure, so everything, exposure to every chemical, and to proceed with risk assessment for component-based chemical, regardless any silos. But I think this is a step-wise approach that maybe it's in the short-term future that we will be there.
Good. Other comments?
If I, may I? Yeah.
Yes,
I think it is really difficult to work outside silos. If I am thinking about pesticides, for example, to my understanding, it could be a stepwise process or procedure. First, to work within the regulatory framework that is relevant for its kind of risk assessment, and then have a mechanism for scanning and checking what is going on in the whole environment, and consider what is going on in, for example, for a whole day exposure, etc. And based on that, try to carry out a risk assessment in a more holistic way. But we have to work on silos at the beginning, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to think that. Sorry, Jan Dirk, please come in.
Well, I'm an exposure assessor, so I'm always to deal with either the 95 percentile or the 99 percentile. For me, it doesn't really make a difference. I can calculate the exposure. Strange? Yes, that is it. In my opinion, it's strange. If I look at a compound which is in the silo addressed of pesticides, then I need to do an assessment for the 99.9. If the same chemical is in the contem, I need to deal with a P95. I cannot explain that, because I think a chemical is a chemical and its property is its property. So what you can do as a proof of principle, just to simply calculate the exposures within the different silos, and let's show what the difference is and what the difference means for a regulatory, how it's handled, simply as an example.
Yeah, well, I mean, a chemical is a chemical.
Yeah, that was also a point what was made in our breakout group earlier this afternoon, that a chemical is a chemical, and that's it. It has its property, and it doesn't follow silos. It just follows its mechanism, its effect.
Indeed, but in order to assess and regulate chemicals, we need to have a framework and a structure, and that's how things have come about, that we have silos. So there are clear advantages for these, but we have possibly got to a stage now where we have so much information that we can start to break these down. So I mean, I think we're in a nice position going forward. So there's one last question here. If anyone has any more questions, please would you put them into the Q&A platform, so that we can ask our panel here. Our panel have done a fantastic job, and I'm sure they will all need a rest at the end of this evening. So, last question on the slide at the moment. So, from a regulatory point of view, how could this new grouping strategy and methodologies improve the evaluation process for eventually banning or restricting of certain chemicals? And the example obviously is pesticides. And the follow-up is, are we still too far away with these new grouping and strategies and methodologies to actually be at that stage, to be ready to use these for restricting or banning chemicals?
Well,
Antonio, thank you.
Yes, one quick comment is in the corresponding annex of these guidelines, there is an example of how grouping and the cumulative risk assessment of pesticides allow to identify the main risk drivers. So at the beginning, without knowing this information, we thought that maybe 30, 40, 50 pesticides were all playing together to produce the final and combined effect. And then we realized that there are only 3 pesticides out of 30 or 40 which are the main responsible. Maybe the focus or regulators can put the main focus on these risk drivers and in order to take some decision. Although we know that in this retrospective cumulative risk assessment process, not always you are going to identify the same drivers, which is a limitation.
Mm. So, other views, please. Kiki.
Yes, I think that what Antonio said is the next day, and we are. It's not really the next day; it's the today. And what we are working with is to try to identify the risk drivers, and then it's a risk management issue to take care of these issues. We have seen in many cases that in a mixture of, let's say, 80 substances, 8 pesticides, 1 or 2 are the risk drivers. So I think we are very close to take action for this. Thank you.
Other comments, please. No? Okay, well, one question has just arrived. So it has vanished. Sorry, my system has dropped out. So it's for Jan Dirk. So it's I do not have an answer to your 99.9/95% point. It may be that pesticide methodology can be more strict, since you may regulate production and use better than in the field of many of the many contams. So I think it's just saying that, you know, perhaps pesticides are more easily regulated than contaminants within the food and feed area. Other comments on what we've gone through today? I mean, I think horizon scanning is something that we should be doing. Yeah, yes, please, Antonio.
Oh, in line with your last comment, and I agree with you, Jan-Dirk. Chemicals are chemicals, that's right. However, the humans are humans, and regulators are regulators, and regulators are interested in regulated compounds. Chemicals, pesticides, food additives, food control materials, veterinary drugs, etc. And there is a need to have a data-rich situation for all these regulated chemicals, which is not the case for contaminants. And I think this is an important difference because many actions can be taken for these regulated chemicals because we have a lot of data and the legislation is just supporting all these approaches. and we have less data for contaminants, and maybe the legislation is not so strong in this case. But for this reason, I earlier mentioned that in a stepwise situation, in the near future, we can implement the available methodology for all chemicals, including contaminant, or the more difficult things, mixture of contaminant, food additives, pesticides, and whatever chemical, which is the real challenge.
Good. Other comments or thoughts? Have we exhausted everybody? So are there any further comments from the audience or anything that remains, any issues that are not clear? I think we are heading towards the end of today's presentations, but I'm not sure that our rapporteur has quite finished getting her slides ready. So we do have a few minutes in which to just really summarize what's going on. So are there any issues from breakout one? Can we maybe look at that for a start? Anything that we didn't cover with the hazard area, the hazard-driven criteria for grouping? I realise that when we go through these, people often think of questions the next day. So are there any concerns with the first breakout group, or did we manage to cover all those areas?
I'm looking through the notes, but I think that we cover most of the points.
Okay, I have, yeah, most of the points that I've covered too. What about exposure-driven risk-based criteria this afternoon? We did have quite a good discussion on that. We seem to use up our time, but are there any leftover questions that we haven't quite addressed? Okay. And finally, we have our future challenges. It would be wonderful if we could all look into the future and and see what issues would face us. But I think we have covered the area. I don't know if there's anyone from EFSA that would like to make a comment at this stage. So someone has asked, what is the current timeline for the finalisation of the Mixed Talks 2 document? So that's the draft that we saw, I think. As far as I understand, but someone will be able to correct me, that has been out for public consultation and it should be being discussed and finalised in November 2021. I don't know if Jean-Loup or Christer are still on the line, but I think that's the timeline for the Mixed Talks 2 document. Yeah. Okay, so no EFSA people are on the platform, but perhaps maybe someone could put something into the Q&A if they can. I think that's roughly the outcome. Okay, I'm not sure now if we have the presentation from our rapporteur, but so we just have a few minutes before we have Stephanie ready to do a roundup. So the way in which this last few moments is going to work is that Stephanie, who has been our official rapporteur, will go through kind of trying to summarise the points that have been made, and then I will try to just make a few concluding remarks, covering the three breakout sessions, and then that will be followed by Julianne, Kleine from EFSA, who will eventually close the meeting. So if you can just bear with us for a few moments, I believe the slides have now arrived. They have now arrived. So I would like to now hand over to Stephanie, who has done a sterling job in pulling together all these pieces of information. So Stephanie, over to you, and thank you very much for being the rapporteur for this whole event.
Thank you very much, Heather. And thanks to all the rapporteurs for sharing with me slides and so on. Unfortunately, the last round, I was kicked out of the discussion. So my summary of the last session on the breakout groups is a bit maybe not complete. There are the slides. So it's just the immediate impressions from the workshop. Could you move the slides for me, please, to the next one? Yeah, so first we started with the introductory plenary session. We saw the 5 presentations, which provided us food for thought. We saw the guidance available in EFSA and the draft guidance available, the methodology that is used here in EFSA, and also from other examples related areas from US EPA, from OECD, from WHO and FAO, and from JRC. And that was giving us a good overview to start for the breakout group discussions. Next slide, please. So this is a short overview of the common topics that were raised during the first session on hazard-driven criteria for grouping chemicals. So there was wide agreement that mechanistic data and AOP data are the gold standard. But unfortunately, there is a limited availability of such data for many chemicals, and it's most suitable. The workflow so far is most suitable for data-rich chemicals, but of course also more data-poor chemicals can be included then. The design of the decision tree should be reconsidered to also stimulate generating and gathering further mechanistic data. And that discussion came mainly up in the context of this arrow between the common mode of action and the common adverse outcome, and that unknown and no lead to the same decision of inclusion. And then we have here, we talked about other information that might be used for the grouping, and structural information came up several times, and also toxicokinetic information, especially with regards to common metabolite information and or common metabolic pathways. Then in terms of NAMs, we saw that they provide relevant mechanistic information, but most people said they should be combined with information on adversity and apical effects. And maybe something hampering the use is that often we lack the comparative and quantitative information, but that can then be helped, for example, by combining that with toxicokinetics information. Next slide, please. So we went now we come to the breakout session 2 on the exposure-driven and risk-based criteria for prioritization. So here we had the discussion on the terminology that maybe cutoff could be a better term than threshold, and that the cutoff can be driven by public health concerns. There was a discussion that the first step in the scheme for the specific common effect, the combined risk contribution, is quite demanding, and that the step 2 is probably in many cases more practically feasible. The gatekeeper step, so far the entry point to the scheme, might have already addressed some aspects of co-exposure which come back later in the scheme, and therefore maybe the hierarchy of steps should be flexible. Exposure might be very useful in the absence of toxicity data. And there was a discussion on the use of the TTC for data-poor chemicals. There was a long discussion on the value of the thresholds, and a debate that thresholds will depend in the end on the regulatory framework on protection goals. There was the debate on the meaning of the 10% in the first and the second step. The threshold proposed so far was proven suitable for pesticides, and I think it was arising from all groups that we need more real case examples and to test this scheme also for other areas and to explore the consequences of different values for the threshold. There was also a suggestion to consider maybe the absolute exposure threshold and to consider here TTC as one information. Then, in order to improve further, we should consider additional toxicokinetic data to address co-exposure. A more probabilistic exposure assessment is needed to address population heterogeneity. Human biomonitoring might be a data source to inform exposure assessment, and improved structured databases are very important to get the data to feed the prioritization. And for example, if we have only evidence on co-exposure, the evidence from databases could help us to trigger the generation of further toxicity data in a more targeted way. Next, please. So a short overview of the last session on the future challenges. So what came up several times was the probabilistic exposure assessment, including aggregate exposure, which is crucial for cumulative risk assessment, the difficulties in environmental risk assessment in the area of exposure, the big challenges for very complex mixtures with limited possibilities to identify chemicals and lack of toxicity data. And so far, we have already several methodologies and tools at hand, and we need also training to use them. Then, in terms of NAMs, they were considered useful, and the mixture context offers opportunities for NAMs to gain acceptance, and they should be used in combination with toxicokinetics. We need to prioritize the NAM development for those that are needed in a regulatory context and that are fit for purpose. The acceptance is unfortunately still limited by many regulators. We saw an example of NAM-based potency factors, which are usually not accepted. And what might help is that we get more guidance on the use of NAM, both for the whole mixture and for the component-based mixture approaches. Also, guidance on the use of TTC was mentioned. And in terms of ideas for future outlook, there was the idea to look at grouping based on epidemiological data, for example, the better use of human biomonitoring, considering the limitations that we still have, but still it could help us to move forward. And what was mentioned often was the regulatory silos. And then in the last slide, please, we saw some recurring topics that were mentioned, which were the differences between data-rich and data-poor chemicals, that we should take advantage and learn from the experience across different areas, like we had several examples from pesticides, contaminants, and feed additives. We need also to consider the different needs of different panels in EFSA. What was clearly emphasized was the need for further case studies to test proposed schemes with real examples, to look at improved databases to facilitate access to relevant data. And for the current guidance, there was a suggestion to look further and to clarifying some of the text around explaining the guidance for the grouping and prioritization, and and to make clear that it's an iterative process. So I think that was all. Thank you, and thanks to everybody for the contribution and valuable input.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. That was a tour de force in getting all that covered in such a short time. So it just remains for me to kind of close this session. If I could have my slides, please, just briefly. I have had a message from Jean Ludorn to say that the EFSA plan for the Mixed Talks 2 guidance will be to have it adopted at the panel meeting on the 21st of November 2021. So 21st of November for the Mixed Talks 2 guidance. So what I would like to do is just very briefly cover what we aimed to do at the start of this week. We wanted to have this cross-cutting discussion between all the communities, looking at the challenges that face risk assessment when we're looking at combined mixtures of multiple chemicals. And I think we have done that. As you saw from Stephanie's comments, there are lots of challenges still there. I mean, I think one of the things we possibly didn't mention enough was uncertainty, and the fact that uncertainty needs to be included right from the beginning of any assessment that we're carrying out. So it would be good to make sure that's there. We also should be aware that although the gold standard is AOP and MOA, we don't have those for many chemicals. So, that's all very well, but we don't necessarily have all the data. The second aim was to identify drivers for grouping and prioritisation. And again, I think we've managed to do that quite well. We have really quite a discussion around the threshold cutoff values and the TTC approach. And I think that the idea of databases in this area would be really helpful and help us into the challenges for the future. The challenges for the future have been a lot more challenging, for want of a better expression. I think that all of us consider NAMs as a way forward. I would put them down as a necessity. Really, it's something that we really have to develop and understand, and we have to get acceptance for these in the regulatory process. I also think that harmonisation is fantastically important, and we need to ensure that we do have all aspects of our guidelines harmonised. So I guess at the end of the whole thing, you might say, when is enough information enough? When do we know enough? And I think the answer to that was on the first day. Someone said, well, enough is when you have enough information to actually make a regulatory decision. So with that, I would like to say a big thank you. I would like to just raise this before we finish. This was a very nice diagram that was produced by Group 1. And I would recommend, or I like to recommend, that this be considered as something that might be worth having a further look at in the future. I think it's a very nice combination of the two diagrams, and hopefully will be helpful in moving forward. The outcome of the workshop, well, there will be a report, so the report will be published in the EFSA journal. But in addition to that, there will be a survey, and the survey will really be just to ask you what you thought of this workshop, how you think it worked, if you think we got it right, and anything we could do to make it better. And finally, from me, thank you very much to the speakers, our breakout chairs, and to all our rapporteurs who worked extremely hard. Both of these groups worked very hard to make sure the breakout sessions worked well. I'd like to thank EFSA for their organisation, and I'd like to thank all of you for participating. We really did have an excellent set of questions and discussions. So with that, thank you very much, and I shall hand over to Julianne Kleiner, who will close the meeting from the point of view of EFSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. So I will make it very short. I assume you're all tired after 3 days of intense discussion. One clarification on the finalization of the guidance. As Jean-Loup said, it will be subject to possible adoption at the plenary meeting of the Scientific Committee 21st of November. But before that, we will have a meeting of the working group planned for next week, where also the input of this workshop will be discussed and how it can be still included, some of the aspects here maybe in the guidance, like the NAMS aspect, whether you can put this more in an annex, but then there are more difficult, tricky questions to be addressed on whether you should group, when there is no common mode of action, but it will be digested now in a working group, and then it is subject for possible adoption at the meeting of the Scientific Committee in November. And with this, I would like to express on behalf of EFSA our great gratitude for all your valuable contribution. And I would like to give a special thanks to the overall chair, Heather, for the very good chairing, the overall rapporteur, Stephanie, Bob, all the 4 breakout chairs and rapporteurs, all the speakers and all the participants actively contributing to the meeting, but also all the people who were at least able to follow the plenary sessions. Also thanking the EFSA organizing committee and as well Jean-Loup Dorne and Vanessa and her team in EFSA, who ensured together with the contractors Pomilio and Milton Events for the smooth organization of the event. So a big thanks to all of you. Good evening or afternoon to all of you. Take care, and the meeting is over. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.